Okay, let's keep going then, shall we? Hi, Julie, how are you? I hope you've been well recently. And I hope you've been enjoying yourself as well. Yeah, I'm doing well. I did take a break yesterday from shiny hunting. I was doing something else that day. That was not video game related, and it was not Pokemon related. And I guess I just wasn't in the mood, or just didn't feel like shiny hunting that day. To be fair, I've barely done any shiny hunting today, so... It was a good day though, I can say that much. I'm just happy to come back to shiny hunting to try and find something, you know? And this week I've got to start putting my all into shiny hunting. Anyway, what's been happening with you lately? Alright, if I remember right, I think it is the bottom right switch, that Brilliant Diamond. That is the only one to have not found anything yet. Any daily Pokemon. Anything interesting happening with you, Julie, or just same old? What do you think? Good luck then, thank you. Still nothing for Squirtle, at least. Same old, fair enough. Well, it's good to see you again. Okay. Hello, Moondrop. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank God you started later than 3 AM, Sparky. Yeah, this time I started at like 7:45 or slightly earlier, my time. So hopefully that's better for you, Moondrop. I have no idea. And hopefully I can go for a tiny bit longer than normal tonight. Hopefully. I'm gonna say for now, at least 3 hours I can stream. Hopefully more. Oh yeah, 5:50 AM is perfectly fine. I guess that's subjective, Moondrop. I would definitely be asleep by that point. Oh. Well, the minute you started was 5:42 AM. Still perfect, because I'm usually up at 5 AM at some point. Well, that's good for you, Moondrop. I would definitely be sleeping by this point. Myself, but that's just me. So good to know I've been live for about 10 minutes now. That's good. But it's good to see you're doing well. What's been happening lately? I'm well. I was pretty busy yesterday and then wanted to just relax when I came home, so... Did not do any shiny hunting at all yesterday. Even got some second-hand, old model railway stuff that I was checking out as well. So there's that. Also, I never said I'm well. I'm tired, but that's same old me. Yeah, honestly, Moondrop, I'm in a way the same. I feel a little bit more rested lately, but normally I am tired even when I wake up, so... Trust me, I understand. Ah, well. Everyone's different. What's your joke, Moondrop? What sort of joke is it? Knock knock. Who's there? Hey you who? Are you trying to get my attention or piss me off? Ah, you know me, Moondrop. I'm trying to piss you off. I'm joking, I'm joking. Hey, I said I was joking. Nah. It was an interesting joke, Moondrop. Thank you for sharing it. You're not welcome. Oh dear. I'm sorry if I did offend you, I was just trying to make a joke. If you are upset with me right now, I am sorry. I'm not upset, just hungry, because the past 2 days I haven't been eating well and I am starving. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're getting hungry at the moment. And the past 2 days. I'm guessing that's not just from tiredness, right? At the very least, I know it's 8 o'clock in real life because my games went to night time. Like yesterday, I only had 2 things to eat, and the day before yesterday, I only had like 3 things. I'm sorry to hear that. I do hope you feel better soon, Moondrop. Unable to eat as much as you want? Ah, that sounds like torture. I had an option to eat, but I didn't want to. Oh, okay. But right now, having breakfast. Oh good, you're trying to have something to eat. It's a start. Good job, Moondrop. It's Maui time! Gee woo! Sorry, I couldn't help myself, lol. And if you read these words, I'm not saying any character lines in chat again. Well, what a shame. I don't think it's just Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, Moondrop. Because Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are mostly the same as Diamond and Pearl, I would hazard a guess that when you unlock the national decks, you've got a chance of seeing Kangaskhan in Diamond and Pearl as well. Maybe Platinum, that part I don't know. As the daily Pokemon. Which is why the bottom right Brilliant Diamond keeps moving sometimes. Because it has not found its daily Pokemon, whereas the other games have. Except for Emerald, that's looking for anything in, like, the Pikachu area. If you know the Emerald Safari Zone. As another example, I'm pretty sure Execute is a daily Pokemon that I personally have never encountered. I'm pretty sure. To be fair, Moondrop, I only found that out for the Switch version because I never tried completing any game's Pokédex before Sword and Shield. Yes, that includes Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee. welcome Matthew, good to see you. How are you today? I found the shiny Cyndaquil, ooh nice. I also found a shiny Lapras and a shiny Feebas in a Love Ball. Ooh, congratulations for those. That's amazing, especially the Feebas. Very cool. That reminds me of which game I want to eventually shiny hunt Feebas on myself. Probably BDSP if I can. I never played them and I can't have the National Olympics because I can't trade. Yeah, fair enough. I regret getting Shiny Charm in Legends Arceus. I mean, at least I got a Shalfa Sizzle and a Shalfa Chatot before the charm. Well, I'm happy that you managed to get the Shiny Charm in Legends Arceus, that's really good. The Legends games are probably the only ones that you can complete in your own single game. And trust me, I would know. I've got the Shiny Charm in most of the Switch games myself. Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet, Legends ZA, probably Legends Arceus at some point in the future. You said Shin Alpha Chatots. Ah, more than one. I did notice the S. Wasn't sure if it was actually more than one or not. Ah, it is more than one. Very cool. Congratulations for those then. Legends Arceus Shiny Charm sucks? Why? Why does it suck? What's happening with it? Have you had, like, bad experiences with it? Yes, you found less shinies. Interesting. Oh well. I'm sure eventually it'll start working properly. Some shiny charms don't always function correctly. Trust me, I would know. Without Charm, I found so many shinies, but Charm debuffs shinies, because you need their research level high enough to have a better chance of finding specific ones. Oh, I forgot to change Brilliant Diamond's spot. Oops. Oh well, hopefully it starts working better for you soon. Oh wait, no, hang on. No, I was right, I needed to stay here. Ah, well. How do you get Kangaskhan to show up in the Safari Zone? Obviously get access to the Great Marsh, Matthew. And then you get access to the National Pokédex. Once you have the National Pokédex, and of course I think beaten the champion, then Pokemon like Kangaskhan could start showing up, depending on the day. Because yeah, it's one of the Great Marsh's daily Pokemon. But it's only when you unlock the National Pokédex that you could see it. And by now, that game has definitely beaten the champion and got its National Pokédex unlocked. So yeah. Like, without the charm, I had a full box of shinies, including Toxicroak, Infernape, Roserade, Roselia, Snorlax, Bronzong, Gastrodon, Drifblims, more than one, oh okay, Golduck, Golem, Parasect, Hisuian Avalugg, Abomasnow, etc. And it sounds like you didn't get as many once you got the shiny charm. Oh boy. And with the charm, I mainly found like 2 Luxrays. Have you been playing the game basically as much before you got the shiny charm, as opposed to after you got it? Or have you slowed down playing it after you got the shiny charm? Because I guess if you haven't spent as much time in it than before, that could feel different as well. Like, less time to find shinies, you know? Otherwise, I don't know what else is happening. I haven't found any shinies in Legends ZA. Really, not a single one, Matthew? Jeez. Even now? Oh my god. I'm sorry to hear that. I slowed down, to be honest, because I don't want to have a waste of time finding shiny Luxrays. I guess in a way that might explain it. It's not a good explanation, I'll admit that. But I guess because you were playing the game lots before, maybe that caused more shinies to show up. That's a theory from my end, but I have no idea. Ah well, I guess if you play for long enough, you'll start seeing more shinies. Hopefully. Also, Shalfa Sizzle and Shalfa Chatots were before the charm. I do believe he mentioned that, yes. And that was very lucky to find that. So very good. In Legends Arceus, I got a shiny Wurmple, shiny Beautifly, a shiny Rhydon, and a shiny that I didn't even see because it despawned while trying to catch Thundurus. Oh god. Your Shalfa Scizor is 10 feet 11 inches. Okay, I need to translate that. Because it sounds tall, but I have no idea how tall. 10 feet 11 inches. I need to find a... That would be 3.08 meters. Far out. Okay, that is tall. Jeez. Also got my Kricketune, shiny Kricketune and Mamoswine before charm as well. Ooh, very nice. Oops. Very nice. Okay. Well, congratulations on all those shinies. I do hope you can keep the momentum up at least a little bit with the shiny charm. For your sake as well. But jeez, who ever heard of a Scizor that's like 3 meters? Jeez. Oh, very good. Also Rotom, Hippowdon, Walrein, Staravia, Staraptor, Murkrow, Honchkrow. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. Croagunk, finally. A daily Pokemon has been spotted. I would say them all if I had my Switch and Legend Arceus with me, but obviously I don't. Oh, is it in like a different room, Moondrop, or is it somewhere else entirely? Well, at least I don't need to keep moving them around anymore. It's home and you're on vacation. Ah, okay. I see. And you're returning today. Ooh, very nice. Well, I hope you had fun on your holiday then. I've forgotten, Moondrop. Was it in the same country as the one you live in, or is it a different one? I also got Gliscor in Legends Arceus, which was funny because I didn't have Pokeballs, so I brought some, and Gliscor, I'm guessing, was still there. Very nice. Oh, same. What's a country? I'm confused. I hope you're joking. I hope you're taking the mick out of me right now. Because if you are serious, I am so sorry. You actually don't know what a country is. Oh my god. Well, let me both educate and confuse you for a second, Moondrop. I live in Australia. Australia is considered both a country and a continent. And one of our closest countries, neighbouring countries that is New Zealand. Which is not a continent, but it is definitely a country. So if you don't know what a country is, I hope I confused you at least a tiny bit. Or have you got a different name for what we call country? Like, to make things a bit simpler, for example, the United Kingdom, or hell, even England itself, is a country. But it is part of Europe, the continent. Sorry, the continent of Europe. Australia is basically the only country that is also its own continent. Whereas most other continents have a few countries part of it. Oh, would you call it a main state? Interesting. Because us in Australia, we say state the same way the US does. So, like, for example, the US would call New York both a city and a state differently. For us in Australia, we have states like New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, etc. So it's interesting that you have a different name for it. No, I just don't pay attention to social studies. It's not even social studies, it's geography. Wouldn't social studies be like studying the countries instead of like vaguely knowing what they are and the differences on like a map? Or something like that? I think I remember like learning about certain volcanoes and maybe their locations in the geography classes I took. You never took geography. That is very interesting, because I don't remember ever having social studies available at my schools. We had history, I think both modern and ancient. We had 3 different languages students could pick and choose to learn. Geography, as I mentioned, different maths levels, that sort of thing. I guess we did learn a bit about the, like, individual countries we looked at in our geography lessons, but that was ages ago. I've forgotten all about that. My school is mainly with maths and science, but social studies and science are just weird. I will admit, some sciences can seem confusing. But I will say, the one time you learned something about how electrical stuff and electricity sort of works, when it comes to like the basics of electricians, even though it was a high school lesson, I think I started getting the basic concept of that at the time. It's been years though, I've forgotten all about that, but that was an interesting lesson. Yeah, some science can possibly be a bit confusing. I'm sure most people learning science learn one thing, hopefully, above all else. The mitochondria is the power cell of the power source of the cell, or whatever. I've forgotten exactly how that sentence goes. And I've forgotten all about that until it's been brought up on the internet every now and again. Social studies I don't pay attention to, and one time in science we talked about something, Then the next day, we talked about them, and I don't remember anything about the day. Yesterday, if it comes to school. Yeah, honestly, same thing for me. Most of the stuff I learned in school, especially the language I quote-unquote tried to learn, has been pushed out of my mind since. Nowadays, most of the history I know is either modern history, like I guess some parts of what happened with COVID, and anything in regards to trains. Not literally anything, there's a lot I don't know, but that's the main part of history I try and know nowadays. And of course, certain video games like Pokemon. But honestly, most of the stuff I learned in school I have forgotten about by now. Also, most of my classmates are brain dead. Like one time in global history of tests back, of having tests back, 4 of us failed, with me being one of them. And I heard the other 3 being like 30s or 40s, cause the teacher is boring, due to one of them being behind me. That doesn't sound good. For them. I'm guessing the subject just didn't pique your interest, Moondrop? Is that why you weren't doing that well at it? Because I can understand that. All of my school life, I absolutely hated maths. And even though I had to learn it, at least growing up, nowadays I barely remember anything of it. Kind of on purpose. That one did not interest me at all. To be fair though, I think there is possibly one maths lesson. It was definitely in a maths classroom at the time. Back in year 7 for me, that we watched a video about certain conditions of the human body, including an eye condition that I immediately recognized that I had. I've forgotten the name of it now. But, it was like one of the first few medical related things that I remember learning about myself. No, the teacher goes off topic, never shuts up, always pauses videos to talk over. Important videos he blocks the view, and asks about papers even though he repeatedly says nobody is missing it or needing it. Well, that's not a very good teacher. Jeez. That does not sound like a good teacher. Also, he's so boring. One of the 2 non-actual teachers crashed out how boring he is, and always is sarcastic, saying to go into class. Oh, that does not sound good. Like saying, how fun it is, and she nods, lol. Oh my god. Like she knows I be sarcastic. Oh my god. Yeah, some teachers were not made to be teachers, sadly. Oh dear. He does dad jokes, and one time shows us a slide of someone, and he's like, "This is not appropriate." And yet it's someone in the times shirtless, like you've never seen someone shirtless before. Well, I guess even nowadays, men shirtless are not really a problem. Except for body shamers. Sadly, it's women being shirtless that are seen to be a problem. I'm glad you mentioned it was a dude shirtless, because otherwise that would definitely not have been appropriate for even high school, in my opinion. Outside of, like, learning about the human body, I guess. That would be the only thing that might possibly be borderline okay. At the most. That's just my opinion, though. Anything beyond that, no. Even then, that's probably riding the line, honestly, Moondrop. So that's weird. Well. Also, he shows us videos that have, like, dead people, I'm guessing, and blood, And he says, hang on, didn't see that, rest of that. And he says he will not play it because it's too violent, like we've seen worse. And one time, last 3 minutes, about to show us a violent thing, but talked for the past 3 minutes, and when none of us looked, he played it. Jeez. Honestly, Moondrop, the more you talk about your teacher, the more incompetent they sound. I've got a feeling they're not actually there to teach. That's the feeling I'm getting. Straight up, scared, blah. I don't know what that word's meant to be. He's been teaching for years. Yeah, that doesn't explain too much about his teaching capabilities. I'm sure there's been lots of bad teachers that have been in the school or a variety of schools over the years that are still employed. Maybe not in Australia, at least not to the extent that you're talking about, but obviously in the place you live and stuff like the US and from what I've heard, that sort of thing. But honestly, every country can have at least 1 or 2 really bad teachers. In basically any school, sadly. I think it's the severity of the badness that depends on the place. In my opinion. Also, a teacher that usually subs when my grade asks to use the bathroom, he says, go ahead, but to me he says, sure, just make sure you come back. Like, what did I do? They never got told that. Yep, school life can be unfair. I've heard many bad stories about bullies getting away with their shit for too long, without any repercussions. And when I did return, he said, oh, you actually came back. Wonder if that teacher was judging you based on your looks. And from what you're telling me, it might be an unfair judgment. Oh, it's definitely not cool, I agree with that. But some teachers, lots of people, just in general, have their own kind of bias. Not even just teachers, anyone. And sadly it comes out with unequal treatment for certain people, for whatever reason. Which is honestly pretty sad. I think he was, cause I was the only one that was wearing a black sweatshirt. That might be possible. Still no excuse to treat anyone different like that, though. No excuse at all. Unless she's thinking of your previous actions. But if she's not, yeah, no, that's just some sort of weird bias she's placing on you, projecting on you, I would bet. Probably thought something bad to do it. Yeah, who knows. At the very least, Moondrop, if you know that you are not doing anything wrong, and what the teacher was saying might be weird to you, hopefully it's just projection and nothing else. Because if it's something else, that is not good. Even projection's not that good. But it's like the lesser of the many evils, in my opinion, when it comes to teachers. Hey, I did nothing wrong, he just said that. Well, based on what you're telling me, I do believe you. I really do. I was just using that as an example from what you've told me. You know? Yeah. Hopefully there are other teachers and mentors in your life that you can look up to and put your trust in them, hopefully. At the very least. I still remember one time I went in the wrong class because I didn't know what day it was between A and B. I went to gym thinking A day, but I went to the wrong class, which is all the way downstairs in middle. And I ended up late because I went to the wrong class. Yeah, fair enough, Moondrop. Honestly, that sort of mindset might not even change in adulthood, honestly. There are times I forget what day it is. There's people I know who sometimes forget what day it is. So I guess that is kinda forgiving. In a way. You're like, damn it! Of course. Okay. I'm gonna say now, Moondrop and anyone else who are listening, I will take a quick break. I think I need to go to the toilet a tiny bit, but I also definitely need more water. So those are the two things I plan to do. So, I'll put the break on and I'll see you when I come back. See you all soon. Okay, I'm back. Hello again, everyone. Now, of course, I didn't stop the shiny hunting clock, so that's still going. Yeah, that's fine. I'll let it be. Okay, let's just carry on then, shall we? Oh well. Okay. 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 Damn it. Don't. Run away, Azuriel. Oh, fine. Okay. 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 More and more and more. Well, everyone's being a bit slow with encounter that time. Okay. 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 Still nothing. Okay. 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 Okay, let's keep going. Okay. 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 Hmm. Well, still nothing at this point. If you can believe it. I reckon we're getting close to the halfway point. I don't know the exact point. Since the last shiny was found. That's my opinion. You know, I'll just reset these encounters again like normal, but then I'm going to do a bit of maths, just quickly. So, 4,096 divided by 2. Okay, we're past the halfway point for the Switch odds. What about 8192, 4096. Easy. What about 5624 divided by 2? 2812. Alrighty then. Let's get right back into it then, now that we know that. I'll keep the history up so I can remember which one is which. Okay. I want to check one more number. Eight, 192 times 2. 16,384. Okay. Okay. Welcome, Happy Pasta. Good to see you. How are you today? Shouldn't this be day 2? Nope. I did not shiny hunt at all on day 2. Today is Sunday. Yesterday I was busy doing train stuff. And I did not feel like I wanted to shiny hunt at all. So, putting my all in for day 3 at the moment. You only see 3 shiny trackers, where is the 4th? What 4th? There are 4 numbers on the layout right now, but only 3 of them are moving. There is the Squirtle encounter, which is the 15,000 range. There is this phase and the total for Safari Week. The top one being the phase, the bottom one being the total. And then the other number is the number I found Shiny Badoo at. And caught it, hence why it's in the green section and not the red. Oh yeah, this is the way I suggested you keep track last Safari Week. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember someone, this is from my point of view, wanting a total counter, or count thingy, encounter list number, instead of just the number for each phase. So I decided to put that in. In a way, it'll be easier this way. As long as I remember to increase both. Which so far I have. But yeah, if it was you, thank you for the suggestion, Happy Pasta. I'm happy to incorporate that into my layout. It seems everyone else is quiet in chat. Yes, definitely. You can't really help get that active. That's okay, I'm trying to put in my all for shiny hunting at the moment. I know I might say that a lot, but I think it's more important now than any other time, really. Even DA weekend. What have you been up to lately, Happy Pasta? Anything interesting or cool? You've been playing a bit of TF2. I thought TF2, at least the servers were discontinued. What happened to that? Are there like fan-made servers that you can still access? Team Fortress 2, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I heard about that a while ago now. I don't know. I don't know. It was a while ago now. I thought I heard something like that. I don't know. I probably heard it in depth like a few years ago now, I think. And I haven't heard anything since. So I don't know what's happening with Team Fortress 2. So Happy Pasta, since you have played it, is it working like normal? Is there anything changed? Because if it's the same as normal, I might want to pick it up and check it out myself. Because I have not played that game in years. Yeah, the servers aren't down. I don't know where you heard that. It is the same as normal. Interesting. There was probably news, like a few years ago about that. But maybe they decided to keep it up in the end. I don't know. I've really forgotten what exactly I heard. At least the one thing I have kept up with, server-wise, is the 3DS and Wii U servers going down. A couple of years ago now. I think it was at some point before that, but I think after COVID that I heard about the TF2 stuff. To give you a bit of a timeline. But then I haven't heard anything since, so... I don't know. Ah, well. Okay. Okay. I've been playing a community-made mod available on Steam called Team Fortress 2 Classified. It has better visuals, new weapons, and I've been playing in their modded servers for custom weapons. Ooh, interesting. Sounds fun. Any of the new weapons you seem to like a lot? Some are pretty fun. Very good. I guess the fun value is the main part of playing the game, so makes sense to me. Hello, Lachlan. Good to see you. How are you today? In default, Classified Engineer has the ability to swap out teleporters for jump pads that give a boost of verticality and movement. Ooh. That can definitely make things interesting. Has that helped you out a lot, Happy Pasta? In the games you've played? I hope so. You are good, how am I? I am doing well. I was busy with train stuff yesterday, so I didn't really feel like shiny hunting at all. Which is why I'm half trying to make that up today. I don't play NG much, but it's very useful. Sounds pretty useful. I hope. But yeah, overall I've been well. You are annihilating the Pokerogue population. Well, I hope that means you're winning so far. That's good. For your run, or more, is it difficult? Or are you just finding it fairly easy? Well, I finished the game yesterday for the third time. Ooh, interesting. Well, congratulations for beating Pokerogue. At least once. Pokerogue is a challenging game. It doesn't really allow that much experimentation. Okay. In your opinion. Okay. Interesting. I mean, it does, but at the same time, it limits. Yeah, fair enough. You went with Minimize Chandelure. Interesting. I hope that helped you a lot. You won with Minimize Chandelure. Oh, okay. It really wants you to have certain mons with certain movesets. That's all. Okay. Cool. Then how do I beat the game with an Eevee? That is a very good question. Oh, did I? Again, very good question. Eevee can hold Eviolite, or you can Gigantamax it. Interesting. Partner Eevee has good stats and good moves. Oh, I was thinking you use like a generic Gigantamax, or not Eevee, instead of the Let's Go Eevee starter Eevee. Oh yeah, that's Happy Pasta talking, never mind. I got Eviolite, that was it, and murdered Eternatus. Okay, interesting. You've also beat the game with Sand Attack and Gambling. Wow. Okay, that just sounds impressive, honestly. Oh man, I feel like I need more water soon. We'll see how I go. Yeah, to be fair, you are gambling with the accuracy every time you use Sand Attack. Look, I get that. But even when you use 6 Sand Attacks on one Pokemon, and max that accuracy down to the bottom, there is still a chance the opposing Pokemon could land a killing blow to yours. The chance is low, but it's not zero. What do you mean the only moves were Sand Attack and Metronome? Why was Metronome the other move? Jeez. I mean, Pokerogue literally has luck for better items from Shiny. Interesting. Extra gambling. Aye, aye, aye. Okay. Right now, you're just doing a casual run. I hope it goes well for you. But also hope you have fun. My team is some BS though. I just picked a thing I liked, and my first tier 3 shiny. Interesting. Yeah, what is your tier 3 shiny? That would be good to know. Ah, good, it's working. Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad it's working now. But Kecleon was first, so no Shedinja. And Nincada in same run. Interesting. Interesting he chose Kecleon, not Nincada. But I guess that makes sense a little bit. Secret trick in Pokerogue, I'll read that in a second. Get shiny Nincada, get it to evolve, now you have double shiny luck. Ooh, nice. A tier 3 Nincada. Interesting. You're really enjoying your game right now, aren't you, Lachlan? Okay. That is a lot of Wooper. The 3 you can see, plus Diamond and Platinum. Found a Wooper. I have a lot of tier 2s. I can't remember though what amount of tier 3s I have. You've also got a tier 1 shiny Fione. Yeah, so much Wooper! What am I hoping for? I'm always hoping for one of the daily Pokemon. But since it's nighttime, I'm also hoping for Hoothoot or Noctowl. At least in the Sinnoh games. In the Emerald Safari Zone. Since I've only gotten Oddish from that so far. I wouldn't mind a Wobbuffet. Pikachu is the main goal, because it's the lowest encounter. But a Wobbuffet would also be nice, from that game. Too bad only one of my Sinnoh games can access Noctowl, the rest can only access Hoothoot. You know, on Wednesday I'm gonna go all out. I'm gonna try and go at least a little bit all out the rest of this week, because I know this coming Saturday, not yesterday, the next one, I will also have to limit or just skip shiny hunting completely for this. It'll be another train thing, but not like yesterday. I'm guessing you mean Carnivine. I know it's way more common in Legends Arceus and other games, but there's something about getting it shiny in the Sinnoh Safari Zone. That would be cool. Like getting it in the hardest encountered... from the hardest encounter possible, really. I'll probably feel similarly to how I eventually got Gimmighoul, if that does happen. Or Shiny Pikachu from the Emerald Safari Zone without using the ability that increases electric type encounters. Without using that. I have Tier 2 Shiny Aron, and a lot more like Absol, Meowth, and Mareanie, and others. Interesting. It's about 20%, as difficult as Feebas. Honestly, I feel like Carnivine might be a tiny bit harder to get than Feebas, at least in the Sinnoh games. Sure, it's a similar hard way to encounter Feebas in these games and the Hoenn games. But once you know where Feebas is, once you start encountering it in these games, I feel like it'll be an easier encounter rate than Carnivine. It's just finding it initially is hard. I really thought it was 4 random water tiles in one cave. It's in Mount Coronet, I know that. I've forgotten which part of Mount Coronet. But I think it's on, like, that one small lake cave area on the way to Spear Pillar. And without any external data, you've got to figure out which random tile it is that can change each day. Not every encounter, it just... the tiles are generated each day. Apparently, one way you can figure it out is when you get access to a certain website, which I think I do. You can go to the lottery and, like, the daily ID thing. I think that's what it is. And see what number you pull from there. And actually, I'm going to pull up the website I'm talking about. Hold on. Okay, so I'm on Lincoln-LM, I think it is, .github.io/js-finder/tools/bdsp-feebas.html. So you need to put in your lotto number, or you can put in the swarm you have, or the drill sphere, I don't understand that part, or the soul sphere, I don't understand that part either. And you can generate it for each day. Well, up to 2 days, sadly, but still. And this will help you figure out where Feebas can spawn. If there are multiple colours, then you need to try one of each colour to be sure of hooking Feebas, in case there's questionable areas that Feebas could spawn. The more information you have entered, the more you can narrow down your group seed and Feebas tile. Or you can add more information like your lotto number and the swarm, for example. 2 days worth of lottery numbers is the easiest way to narrow it down. You can check your lottery number in Jubilife City, as I've already mentioned. You need to have beaten the Elite Four to check swarms. That should be obvious. If you fish with a good/super rod and your lead Pokemon has Illuminate or Arena Trap or No Guard, every time you fish will have a guaranteed hook. you can catch a Machoke with no guard in the same room you fish for Feebas. I will copy the link if you guys want, and I'll put it into the chat. And that is the Feebas hunt I plan to do with this tool. I would like to do some honey hunting. Only for Munchlax, preferably. And maybe Burmy, we'll see. But Munchlax is the main one. Heracross in the Sinnoh games is crazy though. That I don't know, but I'm not going to worry about that. I can just hunt the Alpha in Legends Arceus. That's what I think. Now, Munchlax is the 1% Honey Tree encounter in Sinnoh. I don't know if you can encounter Heracross in the Sinnoh region without using the Grand Underground. At least in the Switch games. At least for the original Gen 4, you might have an easier time in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. On the Switch, if you were really dedicated, you could just do it in either Scarlet or Violet, or hunt for the Alpha in Legends Arceus. To be fair, I've already got at least 2 shiny Heracross from Scarlet and Violet, so I think I'm sorted out for that. Man, how the F do you find this shit? Honestly, I think I found that from a Reddit thread. I think. Or maybe another person's video, I've forgotten. But I've kept on to that info for all of this time, ever since finding that out. I haven't actually used it myself, but I do plan to. I reckon this will be easier than either Scarlet and Violet, or Sword and Shield. I don't know about Legend ZA. Yeah, either Reddit or a YouTube video, I don't know, one of the two. Those are the two that I frequent the most. I know for a fact it was not Twitter, because I rarely go there. So what are all the dailies? Okay, I'm gonna need to remember this. So I think Pearl and Platinum are Krogunk. Diamond is Golduck. I think the bottom 2 Switch games are both Krogunk. Top left is Carnivine. Top right is Kangaskhan. Sadly, Emerald does not have dirty Pokemon, but at the same time, that's probably a good thing. So you can just stick to the same hunt, hoping for Pikachu most of all, but happy with basically anything else at this point in time. Wouldn't mind Natu as well, from Emerald. At least one. So yeah. We can't see Platinum or any of those screens. No, sadly I haven't set up any sort of camera to record or stream that in any way. I do promise you though, Happy Pastor, I am recording the in this case, 6 handhelds, because I'm including Fire Red and Leaf Green in that. I've got Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum literally in front of me on the table, and then Emerald, Fire Red, and Leaf Green on a raised part behind them. If you can visualize that. I think by next year I need to have some sort of webcam so you guys can see that as well. I think. Because I've tried using my phone to, like, set that up in the past. I don't think it worked, so... Oh, you didn't set them up? What was the point in the preparation days then, Sparky? I think most of my preparation days have been trying to get, well, Fire Red and Leaf Green to find Shiny Squirtle, but also Heart Gold and Soul Silver to try and get ready as well. That's been my preparation times. Ah, well. It is what it is, and don't worry, if the handhelds do find a shiny, of course I'll narrate it to you guys. But I'll definitely record it to put into the video. Of course I would, I've done that in the past. It's just last year none of the handhelds found anything. Also, why do you own 4 Switches and 2 copies of BDSP for each version? Because I can. I will say though, the top 2 are the cartridge version, the bottom 2 are the digital version. I want to mostly stick with having the cartridges, but I also don't want to have too many copies of the same cartridge. Sadly, I had no choice for the Switch versions of Fire Red and Leaf Green, but that's the choice I made for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. To be fair though, I would consider the 2 left switches my main switches for different games. Mostly shiny hunting, but I also use the top left one for most of my main other games, especially Tomodachi Life. The right 2 are only for shiny hunting. Literally. You're winning. Very good, Lachlan. Very good. Here is my pitch for how Pokemon should be again. Re-implement tall grass and roots, and then have some wild zones with some, but not all the Pokemon, or just have a few roaming in the grass. That is fair enough, Epiphasta. I do like that Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl went back to how we originally were playing the game, more or less. Except for the Grand Underground. But I do like Sword and Shield's hybrid version, where you can go into the grass to either run into the overworld Pokemon that spawn there, or random encounter in the grass, or you can go for the strong spawns. At least for modern Pokemon, that is the system I would like best. so you have a little bit of everything. Maybe not exactly the same way as Sword and Shield, but a similar system. Scarlet and Violet was annoying. It was interesting to get used to, but... yeah, I still think Sword and Shield did it the best, at least for modern Pokemon. Sadly, I think what Scarlet and Violet did might be the norm, at least for a little while. I don't want it to be, but it might be. You're just running into Pokemon constantly if you're not paying attention. Yep. Especially if you're just standing still in like a body of water and you see tens if not hundreds of Veluza around you. Lachlan, you and I were thinking the exact same thing. Not to mention all the insects. Yeah, Nimble and others are so tiny. Yeah, stuff like Scatterbug I have run into a lot myself. As well as all the small birds. I think it's like the small mammals and rodents that, honestly, I find the easier to see. And if you get up for a piss break when you get back, you notice that the native population of Pokemon have encircled you. Yeah, if they're not scared of you, if they are not aggressive and run into you on purpose, they just stand around you, looking at you as if you're the most interesting thing in the world. Trust me, I've experienced that as well. That's funny, sometimes though, it happened to me with Pawmi. Yeah, I think that's one of those ones that just likes to look at you. So yeah, sometimes it can be a funny experience, sometimes it's just annoying. Well. You just filleted Ness's fish. Okay. Out of these encounters, and then I need to put my phone on charge. It is running very low. Oh, there's... Okay. That should be okay, I hope. Okay. Oh my, Gen 10 would be legendary if it brought back show competitions and Pokemon cleanup and casinos and Pokénav. Sadly, the casino part is never going to be seen again, I'm pretty sure. Without the Pokemon games being rated for, like, adults, for example. At least from what I've heard. Anything else you would like might have a chance of showing up. To be fair though, I think Pokénav was a Hoenn thing. So I don't think that's going to come back. Unless it's a Hoenn game. Competitions. If you mean like contests, Hoenn and Sinnoh had those mostly. As well as one or two dressing up things in later generations. I don't know, it's interesting to think about. I have a feeling a Safari Zone isn't too far-fetched for Gen 10. It would be so nice to bring a Safari Zone into a modern Pokemon game. That's not Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. That would be so interesting. But, because of the way these games work, and how the Safari Zone works, that is the one thing I would like to be only random encounters. Above all. That's just my personal wish for any future Safari Zones. Keep the random encounters a thing, but the rest of the region, do as you like. I mean, no overworld encounters, full stop. Like the modern games seem to be doing. It's like the rest of the region, do whatever you like. You can have random encounters, overworld encounters, that sort of thing. Keep the Safari Zone the same as the previous ones. That's what I meant. Oh, you lost everything! Oh no, Lachlan! Ah, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe we could even have functional buildings. Maybe. That would be good. A masterpiece in its works. Yeah, that would be cool. No, it wouldn't be cool, it would be what should be expected. This is Gen 10. If they stuff this up, it might actually damage the fan base really badly. Yeah, it might actually, yeah, maybe. Not a lot of people have been happy about Pokemon recently. Yes, that is true. Especially, I remember seeing a lot of controversy about no national dex and not all Pokemon appearing for Sword and Shield. Yes, I do remember that sort of thing. Sadly now, it's just kind of expected. But back when Sword and Shield were being announced and talked about, that was a thing they made really clear and the internet really hated it. And also, people keep getting fed up with how little of effort and quality the Pokemon games are getting, in a way. ZA wasn't the best, to be honest. That's true, ZA wasn't perfect. But I think I had a much better experience with ZA than any other Switch game, honestly. Made shinies too easy? Okay, that yes. That definitely. So yeah. Hello, Anthony or Anton. Good to see you. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. See, ZA had potential, but then they screwed it up. I think base ZA still had potential, and that was really good. Maybe the DLC screwed it up, I don't know. I don't feel the same way about that. But even I found the DLC a bit slow, especially when I was shiny hunting. So you played Blasphemous 1 and Blasphemous 2. What? What are those? Also, when you get to a certain level, you're not even strategizing, and you don't want to reset because the amount of grinding in ZA is horrible. Yeah, honestly, even at the beginning, you're still kind of spamming the attacks in the battle. There's not really a whole lot of strategizing like in the other Pokemon games. So that I agree with. Honestly, because of the way I experienced ZA, I didn't really find it that grindy. I could honestly play it almost no problem. But later it is way more than just press one button. True, it's more like press 2 or 3 buttons, maybe all 4, if you're that desperate. But there are times it can still be like, press 1 button, in a way. Just, when it gets later on in the game, it's not always the same button. I misread that, but later it is way more than just press 1 button. Honestly, not in my experience. It was still very spammy, even during the hard levels of the DLC. Oh, I said it wrong again. But later it is way more, just press 1 button. Why the hell did I keep adding a word? I don't know why that sentence made sense in my mind. Jeez. Sorry about that, I have no idea why I kept adding that word. No idea at all. Yeah, it's a kind of autocorrect in this case, oh my god. I meant like exploring. You don't have to be cautious like in Legends Arceus or something. There is some danger, but most of the time you just walk past it, and when your Pokemon are fighting, people don't even look. Okay, yeah, you're right about that. Half the time, yeah. That is true. That is definitely true. Like, early Legend ZA, you could probably be in danger of the angry Pokemon attacking you and causing you a hard time. Later on in the game, it's usually only the crowd, the pride of Pyroars that'll cause the basically only problem for you as a player. Whereas Legends Arceus, there's still some amount of danger. So, yeah, I understand that. I hate when people say some horrible things to each other, and then say you're falling for the rage bait. Some people try to make the world a better place, some people try to be kind to others, that sort of thing. And then there are others that are happy to watch the world burn. Even online. Literally, Sparky, most of your ZA streams, I see you walking past Pokemon that are actively trying to dodge you, and you're just getting annoying that they're body blocking, not that there is a threat. Ah, okay. You meant attack, not dodge. Trying to attack you. Yes, I do have some memories of that as well. I guess that might also feel similarly in Legends Arceus, but I think in there it's much more of a threat because if I remember right, in Legends ZA, if you black out, I don't think you lose items. I think the worst that happens in Legends ZA might possibly be your Pokemon losing some happiness, or possibly all of your happiness. Its happiness, in theory. Legends Arceus, you can lose items. So I think that's probably why my mindset is different, me personally. And I bet a lot of people are in a similar mindset. Maybe exactly the same, I don't know. That's just my theory, because that's how I feel. And I think I've gotten into a similar sort of different mindset with the older games. Like recently, within the last month or two, I've been playing Soul Silver mostly. And honestly, when I was a kid running through caves, tall grass, that sort of thing, I would probably get a bit annoyed about the amount of random encounters the game would start. Whereas nowadays, I'm happy to do that in case a shiny pops up. So interesting how some mindsets can change like that. ZA also doesn't do Mons in a way where they feel like a threat. You could feel the danger of a Mon coming up to you in Legends Arceus. Yeah, you could. Are you talking about the Pokemon Cinccino? Cinccino? Or the animal Chinchilla? The evolution of Minccino. As opposed to the real animal that I also named. The main image of this really is you walking past a swarm of scythers trying to aircut you, and you not even dodging, just trying to gather more items, and one of them blocks you. I'm guessing this is in the chat. Sorry, Discord. Nope, not yet. I'm guessing it's an image you're talking about. Yeah, that seems to happen a lot nowadays in Legends ZA. Well, Legends Arceus, I might let them attack me once or twice, but I definitely would not let them attack me too much. It happened in my stream. Yeah, that makes sense. Riolu first encounter? Really, Lachlan? Are you able to use the Riolu, or is it only something you have to defeat? Also, I, along with other people, am worried about how empty the island of Gen 10 looks. Yeah, that is something to worry about. I guess we'll have to wait and see. It seems that to have that one massive structure and not really anything else. To be fair, there's probably lots of the region that we have not seen yet, I reckon. So we'll really have to wait and see. I guess right now it is something to worry about, but hopefully not panic over. Hopefully. Yeah, not panic, yeah? I guess you're right. Oh well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. Hopefully it'll be a good one. Hopefully. But yeah, it's definitely on the... Oh, I really hope there is more than that. Oh yeah, definitely. That I agree with. Definitely. I just imagine the silly thing of, what if this game does actually do voice acting, but they only get proper voice actors for the Japanese language, and the rest are just random people or employees. It'll be a start, but oh god. Only Japanese voice actors. That would be very interesting if they did that. Very interesting. All the other languages are spoken by people like Bob and Sarah, and they don't act, they just read it like reading out something to a class in school, because a teacher called on you. Oh god. Okay, that would be terrible. Ay ay ay. You feel like a lawn chair, do you? Why? What happened, Lachlan? Oh yeah, I forgot to run from those encounters, whoops. Bob in monotone. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. Here you will experience the wonders of this island as a Pokemon researcher. This is a Pokemon, specifically, its name is Swampert. Did I do that voice justice? My god. If they did that, that would be horrible. Ay ay ay. You did it more robotic than monotone, but I guess it works. Okay, yeah. I guess if I actually try it again, I would actually try to be monotone. In a different way. To be fair, I was trying to be monotone for that one, but yeah, I guess for you at least it came out more robotic than anything else. I was thinking more Ferris Bueller teacher. God, I need to see that movie again, because I do not remember what that sounds like. Oh, you gotta go? Alright, have a good night, Lachlan. Take care of yourself. Hope to see you tomorrow. Okay. Alright, let me hear the clip that you sent me. After a bloody ad. Stupid ad. Yeah, it definitely sounds like someone who's been forced to talk when they really don't care. Someone actually sleeping, that's hilarious. Jeez. Or more so, the fitness gram pacer. Oh. The fitness gram pacer test. Yeah, I've heard that quite a bit online actually. That one I can think of a little bit off the top of my head. Bob, now go forth on your journey, so I get paid after this, right? Yeah? Oh shit, wait, this thing's still on? So, now go forth on journey. I am getting paid for this, right? Ay ay ay. Edit it in post. Make it sound like I even slightly care about the content instead of just the money. No. Okay, I'm just trying to think. So I definitely want to go on for a little bit longer. Just trying to run some quick maths in my head right now. So 3 more of the Safari encounters to get to the next 0. What would that be? 3184, 3192, 3200. I'll try going to 3280 before I end the stream. Hopefully. That's the plan, at least. Then you have Sarah, who doesn't know how loud she has to be, so she says it like she's shouting at a foreigner slowly, so they can understand her. I'm not actually going to do a very loud voice right now, it's late at night, but... Welcome to the Pokemon Center. Can I heal your Pokemon? Probably a tiny bit slower than what I said. I would imagine. Also louder. I hope for tonight that satisfies you a tiny bit, Happy Pasta. Pretty much perfect. Very nice. Well, thank you for that. Though it would be funny if they also just screwed up the context of their speech as well. I'm ready to picture something. It's a sad scene. Uh-huh. Carry on. You have found this Pokemon that has been bullying. Okay. After conversations with your rival... You found this Pokemon that has been bullying after conversations with your rivals. Okay. Well, I tried hunting Fennekin in the DLC of Scarlet. Hardly any spawned. There was a lot of Charmander that weren't shiny, but I ended up getting another shiny Tepig. I also found another shiny Murkrow. Were you trying to, like, isolate spawn it, Matthew? Like, only get it to spawn, hopefully? Or did you try getting an outbreak for it? Because I think for any Pokemon that you want to spawn, that you want to hunt, I think an outbreak would be the best option. Personally. That's my opinion. At the very least, congratulations on your shinies, even if they are repeats. You suddenly get in high intense Japanese. I'm not gonna say the Japanese one in case I butcher it, which translates to, "Let's get started then." Okay, interesting. Anyway, yeah, that would be a bit funny, wouldn't it? Alrighty, well, have a good night, Happy Pasta. I'll probably stop streaming at some point soon, but I hope you have a good day tomorrow. Enjoy! And have a good sleep. Yeah, but you have to keep checking every day until the game decides to generate that specific outbreak. I also don't like the DLC Tepigs knowing 2 recoil moves, Flare Blitz and Head Smash. There is a way you can date skip in the game to try and spawn the outbreak you want. And to be fair, Matthew I think it is. Yes. If you want a simple way of doing it, check out how I spawned Jolteon for my birthday hunt. I set up a level 2 sandwich before starting to date skip, and eventually Jolteon spawned. So if you really want a certain outbreak, there is a way. It's really Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl that you can't really date skip at all. I'm okay with just Masuda method for Shiny Fennekin. Alrighty. If you say so. I was honestly lucky enough that when first opening Violet for Shiny Hunting on the Switch 2, I was lucky enough to get a Fennekin outbreak that day. And I still caught a Shiny Vullaby before finding my Shiny Fennekin. So, even then it's not always perfect. To be fair, I didn't have a sandwich on. It was just natural spawning. As well as the outbreak, obviously. You'll check for outbreaks still. Good idea. But either way, you do whatever works for you. That's the main thing. Ah, well. If Kangaskhan shines, it's going to be difficult to catch. I'm sure it will be, Matthew. But just the novelty of finding a daily Pokemon shiny, especially one of the National Pokédex ones, will be enough for me this year. But yeah. That'll be interesting when that happens, eventually. Okay. This is the last encounter for these games, so if we do find a shiny here, that'll be amazing. Otherwise, I will probably see you guys tomorrow. Alright, no shiny. Which means I'm gonna have to end tonight's stream and try again tomorrow. So, 4 hours streaming, wow, that's impressive. Thank you all so much for watching, I hope you enjoyed this at least a little bit. If you did, please leave a like, and if you want to see more content just like this one, then please hit the subscribe button to stay up to date with all my videos and more. Thank you all again, thank you Happy Pasta, Matthew and others for chatting. I will try to stream this more often this coming week, especially Sunday, especially then. But, for now, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Hope you all have a good sleep, and if it's not nighttime for you, have a good day. And good luck for finding Fennekin, Matthew. I hope you can find it soon.